We are entering executive session, but the reason for entering has changed. The board is in receipt of a statement of charges against a tenured employee. May we have a motion to go into executive session to consider the charges pursuant to section 320-A of the educational law?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? All in favor? 6? None opposed? First by Jane, second? Okay. We'll be in executive session.
to go on board docs? Do you have it?
Mr. Jawolski will now conduct the repair reserve hearing.
Thank you very much. Usually it's about once a year I meet to kind of talk about some things that come up that need some repairs done. It usually is a little higher amount of money than usual. So I asked the board to let us access the repair reserves to kind of get some of those things done. It's not any particular one time a year, it's whenever these things occur, and I'll meet with the board and try and have that repair reserve access. And that's, we've used a little of that since, that's why we're at 407. But that's how the reserve is created and funded by voter authorization. Last time we met for this, it was about the high school elevator, and it needed some substantial repairs done to keep it in good working order. We estimated around $52,000. It wound up being in reality $48,116. So when we come up with the repair estimate, that's usually a worst case scenario, not to exceed number, and in this case we were under that number. But tonight what we're looking for is a few different items I'll kind of go through. We'll talk later in this meeting about, I think, our next big capital project, and there's certainly heating to be addressed in some different buildings, the heating systems, but we need to make some repairs to Wales Primary and the high school, transformer sensors, steam valves, different parts and pieces, components to keep those things running, because we really, even with a capital project being approved possibly this year, it's going to take 2 more winters before that work actually happens. So we got to keep those things in good running order. So this is buying all those parts and pieces, having our maintenance workers do that work in-house to install it. The next is the finishing of the high school gym floor, and this is a major refinishing, like sanding, taking all the lines up. We are looking at having the center logo removed by the
Alma Historical Society.
Historical Society, thank you.
And the Historical Society is not paying for it. They have a donor that is paying for it, so then it can be donated to the Alma Historical Society. We're working very hard with a vendor that will be able to pull it out. Every vendor is having a lot of concerns, whether it will actually be happening because of the individual pieces of wood. Will it crack and break? But we're doing everything we can to make it a reality.
And the donation covers pulling that whole piece out of the floor and putting new flooring in replacement of that. And then we will refinish, sand the entire floor, reline the whole thing, apply 2 sealers of coat, 2 coats of sealer. Estimated cost $39,000. And then at the middle school gym, we also need to replace that center logo as well, and we're estimating that around $3,476. Transportation lot, we've been trying to just kind of, piecemealing, trying to keep that lot in good shape. The outside of this blue box, you see areas that we've already addressed, and they're in very good shape. We did those maybe 3 years ago. Now we're kind of moving into the blue box area where things are crumbling, kind of just wearing as time goes by with salt and different things, and heavy buses and traffic on those areas. So that we're looking at resurfacing those areas. And in particular, just an example, you can see the cracking and degradation of those areas. And what you're seeing here is that the pavement is dropping in, relative to the garage door. So that distance is increasing, it seems, every year, making it harder to get vehicles in and out. So we're looking at replacing pavement where we have drains like we do in this picture. We're going to replace those drains and getting good working condition. So those parking lot repairs, we would use what we call asphalt, airport grade asphalt, which is like asphalt with binders in it and help, long-term hold up better to heavy wear like we have with our heavy buses. So a paving estimate is around $34,000, and we'd have to bring in a bunch of stone to kind of rebuild the base, and that would be $26,000. And then at Wales Primary is unique that they use well water. So they have a well water filter room, which processes all the water coming in. Obviously, with all the minerals and all things like that, that stuff breaks down over time, corrosion, heavy corrosion, calcium deposits, so we got to replace that system, $16,000. And we'll have that ready then for the first day of school in September. And also addressing the domestic hot water pre-filtration system, same situation, you got well water coming in, a lot of corrosion, a lot of buildup of minerals. So in total, we're looking to expend $178,000 of that 2012 reserve. It would take our level down to $229,000. And we'd have also work done, all the work that I showed would be done during the summer and be ready for September 1st. Any questions on any of those items? So later in the meeting, there'll be a resolution, I think, to act on that and pull that money from the reserve. All right, thank you.
Thank you, John.
We have 9 minutes before the next part starts, I believe, Jim?
Yes.
What I'll do is I'll walk out and start ushering people in, because I hear them all talking and laughing out there.
Central School District Board of Education meeting. There are two recognition of guest periods, one for agenda-related items and one for other. Please refrain from personal-related comments and address those to the appropriate administrator. To speak, fill out the proper form and submit to the district clerk. Public comment is limited to 15 minutes total, with each speaker allowed up to 3 minutes. This meeting is held in public rather than a public meeting. And while we won't engage in dialogue tonight, we are listening. This meeting is live streamed and the recording will be posted online. Will everyone who's able to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We've invited retirees from this school year to join us in celebrating your years of service to the students of Iroquois.
I'm going down here so I can introduce people.
Yeah, we're good.
That's what happens when you walk with a mic in front of the speaker, sorry. Thank you everyone for coming. This is one of the most joyous nights and also one of the saddest nights because there are so many people I've been working with for a long time that will be retiring. And so I'm very glad, very happy for them, very sad for me. Just a minute, I gotta switch mics. Very sad that I will be here without them and all their expertise and that they've shared over the years. To start with, I think I'll start with the transportation department because he always sets a very low bar to get over. So, I mean, high bar to get over. So, Eric, if you could step down here to give out for Diane.
That 3 minutes doesn't pertain to me, right?
I didn't know you could count that high. Yeah, I think you might have to keep it close.
Thank you. All right. So thank you for all being here today as we honor someone truly special, a person who has been a quiet but constant presence in the lives of countless students, parents, staff for nearly 3 decades. Today we celebrate the retirement of a beloved school bus attendant for the Iroquois Central School District, Diane Richter. You're not going to make it.
Oh, no.
For almost 30 years, Diane has done far more than just help students on and off the bus. She has been a steady hand, a calming voice, and a watchful eye for thousands of children, guiding them safely to and from school, snowstorms, early mornings, and the hustle and bustle of every school day. Now, Diane, since I have known her, would tell me, "Boss man, I am just an aide." Of course, I would correct her and tell her how untrue that was. But it's easy to overlook how important the role of a bus attendant is, even if you are the bus attendant. Okay. Until you realize that for many students, their school day begins and ends with a familiar face. That smile, the sense of calm and reassuring presence, it's made a difference one child at a time, one day at a time, and year to year. On occasion, even I get to drive, and Diane would go out of her way to calm her own nerves and try to hopefully find someone else to drive her but me. Not sure if that was just because I was a horrible driver, or that she just didn't want to ride with the boss. But it made me question all kinds of personal decisions of mine, and it started to give me somewhat of a complex. Well, finally I surprised her one bright sunny day, and I got that chance, and many more after that, to team up with Diane on a bus ride. I think we surprised each other. My driving was not quite that questionable, and I got to see what an amazing person you truly were. Her support, compassion, and attention towards each student was and still is a model for what a great bus attendant is today. She developed deep connections with so many children and their families and still holds them to this very day. After getting to know Diane, I started to tell her everything of driving. To her response with a laugh was absolutely not. Now, after finding out from the family and friends that she doesn't even like to put her own car in reverse, and or possibly maybe directionally challenged. Maybe a school bus was not in her cards. But during COVID, when all of us were driving lunches and laptops to students, Diane stepped up, set aside those fears, and took some lessons from yours truly. Drove around lunches to those families in need, and following a route sheet, and then even backing that car all over the district like a pro. Close your ears in. Your decision, or your dedication, kindness, and strength, or quiet strength, have left a lasting mark on this community. You've shown what it truly is to be deeply care, to show up every day after day with a servant's heart, and to treat every child as if they were your own. I know I say it for everyone who has ever had the pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your unwavering service. You will be and are deeply missed on those early morning routes while you're sleeping in or sitting there drinking coffee, waving at all the bus drivers on your porch going by. But an impactful, but your impact will ride along with us for many years to come. We wish you a retirement filled full of joy, peace, and well-earned relaxation. You've earned every moment. Now, I just need you to say something for me. What are you now? Just an aide?
Just a bus aide. Just
You
an
are
aide.
not just an aide,
an
but
aide.
you are an amazing school bus attendant and so much more. Congratulations.
For myself and the board, we'd really like to thank you. I think transportation, the first people up in the morning, first person to greet a student with a smile when they're not wanting to come to school and it changes their day where they come to school. Last person at night coming in, and you guys do so much. You have no idea the impact of the years you have on kids when they talk about you. So thank you so much for all you did.
Thank you.
We'll balance this.
Okay. What is that over there?
Dave Carlin, can you come on up so we can honor John? Where's John Polinsky? He's sitting here somewhere. I saw him. There he is. Whoops, oh, I can hand it to him when you talk. You want this, don't you? I got it figured. Where is it? That's you.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming. I have the pleasure of speaking about John Polinsky, who is retiring probably in a month. John and I both came from a similar background. We both worked in area factories and manufacturing groups. And then some 18 years ago, many of these places began to lay people off. And that's when John applied as a custodian for Alma Primary. As a sole custodian position during the day, John has to start each day making sure the school is ready to be open for the students and staff. And based on the current conditions on hand, John's duties would include making sure the heating systems are operating and functioning properly. If there was snow and ice conditions, he had to clear and treat access doors, walkways and such. Then he had to come in after that was all done, and he had to make sure all the classrooms are open, ready for the teachers and the students. And there's always different conditions, so it's always last minute stuff. And this all happens before anybody even gets into the building. I lost my place. Once the students are in the building and the building is secure, that's when all the unexpected situations happen. Being this is a kindergarten through third grade facility, now it's UPK through the third. But there's always situations that develop. Like I said, this being an early childhood school, there's some unique situations that develop that need to be addressed, always at the last minute. And then once all that's done, and this happens throughout the day, then you got to try to get back to your task on hand and all your duties that you got to perform. with all these skills that John developed over the years between the manufacturing and then Alma Primary, he moved up to maintenance mechanic in the building and grounds department. So this department requires a wide range of skills and all-encompassing maintenance projects and sophisticated technical repairs, installation, and renovations. So chances are, if you go throughout any building in this district, you'll see John's mark somewhere in each room, whether it's paint on the walls, cabinets, plumbing.
Electrical.
I was getting that.
I was going to say you can't see it though.
Sure do. Electrical, shades on the window. John left his mark. Where else am I here? So anyway, so John, I want to thank you for all your many efforts you've made over the years, that you have helped make this place a safe, clean, and beneficial learning environment for the students here at Iroquois Schools. Thank you for all your service. Congratulations on your retirement.
So I got to talk about John though. John, every year at opening day, I talk about maintenance and what you guys do over the summer, but I neglect to say what you do during the year too. It's kind of magical how you keep this place going and fixing and repairing and loving it. And when you look around the district and people come in and they're always so amazed, that's your hard work and dedication. So I just want to thank you one last time for all you've done that people don't even notice, because you're the one that makes the difference and make it safe and presentable every single day for students. So thank you so much. All right. Pete, I guess you're next.
Melinda Harvey. Come on up.
And the II principal apologizes for not being here. He had to be at a family event tonight, and I'm sure everyone understands because that Iroquois family comes first. You can come over closer.
Come on over, Melinda. It's been a while. It's good to see you. Melinda began her career here as a fourth grade teacher at Iroquois in November of 1992.
With Valerie Jacob.
I was in 8th grade, but I was at Annunciation, so I'm sorry we never connected. Over that time, I estimate that she's worked with approximately 1,000 students and left quite an impression on each of them. From the beginning, she's been a teacher leader. As a teacher leader at the II, at Alma Primary, and back at II, I asked people for some memories. She was the queen of taking students back in time to the Little Red Schoolhouse. She could be spotted building longhouses in the hallways. She could be seen, and I got to witness this, out on the trails of the main campus for our Iroquois and Earth Spirit Days. Or she might just show up to a meeting or a gathering armed with a poem for any occasion. I had the opportunity to work with Melinda during her final 2 years at Alma before she came back to the II, and it was very clear to me that she saw every day as an opportunity to bring her creativity and energy to the classroom to engage students. Whether it was in her math talks, the creative writing experiences and student performances she set up for her kids, or bringing life to our halls, marching students through the hallway with her "I don't know what you've been told" chants, that built up school spirit, showed gratitude, or celebrated someone in the building. When I asked Melinda's colleagues for a quick take on what she has meant to Iroquois over the past 33 years, in addition to immediately saying that she's one of the most creative people they've ever met, they quickly responded that she was someone who never stopped learning and modeled this for her students every day. Thank you, Melinda, for your service and your commitment to our students and families. We wish you health, happiness, and quality time with your family in retirement.
kids. I know you always place students first, because I do like to go around and disrupt rooms and have fun with the kids, and I remember I'm in a room and kids are building bridges, so I'm going to build a bridge with a kid, and there's a goal to get something across it. And I'm building it, and I'm making my bridge pretty good, because I'm older than those kids. And Melinda comes over and whispers, "Let the kids do better than you." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Well, my goal was to fail at the end, but, you know, she made sure. But you always putting the kids first, always thinking what's best for them, and always telling me what you thought when I came to you with, like, "I need to know the truth, Melinda." I really appreciate that. So thank you. You have no idea, as a superintendent, hearing someone tell me the truth, how great that is. So thank you so much. Picture. Even back there, you can choose. Good job.
Ann Jacobs. Yeah, you have to come up here. Ann Jacobs joined Iroquois in 1995 when she was, quote, "looking for something to do." I think that's what she said. As your children attending Iroquois schools were getting older. She began as an aide at the II, did a stint as a secretary in the special education office, spent some more time as a building aide in the II in the library and in her favorite place, the cafeteria, and then took over as an administrative assistant at the II from 1999 to 2013. And then in 2013, she came to Elma Primary's main office. I have had the privilege of working with Ann for the last 3 years at Elma Primary. I wish I had more time with her. Ann represents the best of what Iroquois is. She is invested in this community, intelligent, she is kind, selfless, patient, and filled with common sense, which is a rare commodity these days. She is the heart of Elma Primary that makes every person who comes to our building know that they are in a good place where they will be welcomed and treated with compassion and respect. And we are so thankful that you found something to do for the past 30 years. Anyone that has come into contact with you is better for having met you and worked with you. Thank you, Ann, for all you've done for the students, families, and staff of Iroquois. You'll be missed dearly. Enjoy your retirement with your amazing family that just keeps on growing. And I know we have a certificate, but I actually have something else for you. If you find yourself, again, looking for something to do, I've got a substitute aid application right here that I want to give you. So, congratulations, Ann.
So, Ann, you're one of those people too that tell me the truth. A little more blunt than Melinda sometimes, believe it or not. But I always appreciate that. And there's so many things you do too. I know right now the wisdom you have, and when other people in your same position call you, how you've been passing and helping that on. Not even telling anyone, just doing it out of the kindness of your heart. And I think that what exemplifies you is the kindness in your heart. So I want to thank you for all the years, all the conversations you have, and congratulations on your new grandson.
Thank
you. So, keep that application. Kim. Kim. There she is. Oh, how'd you know to walk up with her? You're one of the smart ones.
I don't know if it goes that
I
way.
didn't know you listened.
Thank you, everyone, for coming. I have the honor today of talking to you a little bit about Mrs. Kristen Winicki. Her beautiful family is here with her to celebrate this momentous day. And I was just asking her, how many years total have you been here? She shared with me 32 years. She started in 1993. Her entire career, including student teaching, has been here at Iroquois. She's dedicated the better part of her life to our students and our families here. And it is quite an honor to have known Kristen. So I had to write something so that I don't cry. I'm just that kind of person, so I'm going to read to you. It is both an honor and a bittersweet moment to stand here today as we gather to celebrate the retirement of someone truly special, Kristen Winicki, a remarkable educator, colleague, and friend. Over the years, Kristen has been a guiding light in the halls. She's worked at Alma, Wales, and Iroquois Intermediate. From the boundless energy of kindergarten to the thoughtful lessons of 4th grade and the focused care of RTI, she has worn many hats and worn them all with an unwavering dedication to her students. As I've had the chance to get to know Kristen over the last 10 years of her career at Wales Primary, I got to see her deep love and caring for students. The last 6 months, she stopped in the office every day with her signature daily tidbits. These nuggets of information she imparts include anecdotes from her ride-in, a student reading a large picture book to younger students while they wait for the bus that warmed her heart, or reminders to me on how to help screening run a little smoother in the future. She's made sure each day offer a little nugget of wisdom, a smile, or a reason just to think deeper. She didn't just teach students, she inspired them. She guided their growth and believed in them even on days when they didn't believe in themselves. A parent of a previous student shared with me that if her child had not had Mrs. Winicki as a teacher, he would never have learned how to manage his time or study for a test, laying a strong foundation for college and beyond. Today I had lunch with one of the students who's very near and dear to Mrs. Winicki. We've shared some tears over this student and worries, but she says to me today during lunch, Mrs. Morrison, you know Mrs. Winicki's starting to pack. I'm like, she is? Why? Where's she going? She's retiring and you're in trouble. She's the smartest math teacher I've ever met. And she didn't stop with just the children. Kristen has been quite a hero behind the scenes. If a staff member was ill or feeling overwhelmed, you could count on her to deliver an unexpected batch of cookies or coffee with just the right touch of care. The memories she's helped create are etched in the hearts of so many. Field trips to Mumford, 4th grade picnics under the sun, RTI lessons to support our struggling learners. These are the moments her students will remember, and so will we. She has left an impact that reaches far beyond the walls of any one school. The seeds for love of reading, knowledge, and friendships that she's planted have grown in the minds and hearts of countless children in the camaraderie she's fostered. As you head into this well-deserved next chapter of your life, Kristen, know that your legacy is not just in the lessons you've taught, but the lives you touched. You've made a difference that will echo for generations. Thank you for everything. We miss you more than words can know, but we're very excited for your future. And I cried anyway.
So for me, I'd like to thank you I remember showing up here and seeing down in the II, the strong II team that you were part of. And then you dealt with transition. You dealt with when we shifted, we moved to other buildings. You dealt with that transition. Then you dealt with the transition into RTI. I didn't see the kindergarten transition. I'm sorry. That was kindergarten a while ago. But with all that, you always had such high standards for the kids. And there are people sometimes that will lower it depending on the student, but you didn't. You expected every student to achieve and rise up to meet where they needed to be for the next year. And that's what made you just a great professional. And I want to thank you for having that standard. And I think there's a lot of people walking around the world now that are better off for you having that. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. No one else want to stand next to you? I don't know. Ross. Which order would you want? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start, if I could invite Judy Gingrich to please come up.
Someone's cheering for you back
Yeah,
there.
you have a cheering
Hey,
section.
cheer louder.
Come on, right over here. Thank you, Judy. So, Judy has dedicated 19 years as a teacher aide and has made such a significant impact on our building, supporting all of our students, and as you'll hear later, many teachers. Judy always prioritized the social emotional learning and the social emotional well-being of all of her students. Our guidelines for success in the middle school are respect, responsibility, self-discipline, and kindness. And I believe that Judy is a role model for kindness. You do them all, but you are a role model for kindness. I would say she is known in the building for her positive attitude. Her approach to handling any situation is just excellent. Teachers could always count on her in any situation, anytime that they needed her. Judy can do it all, managing difficult schedules, students going in different places at different times, different needs, different emotions. And the one thing that I will always remember is Judy's always smiling. She has helped transition new teachers into positions, which I can't thank her enough for. There is not a situation that would arise, again, that she didn't handle, and again, having that well-being of students was always her top priority. What I admire most about Judy is her big heart. You have made a lasting impact on the middle school. You have been truly missed this past year when you have been in the II building. I want to thank you for everything. I know your family means the world to you, and I hope you enjoy every minute that you have with them. And thank you for helping me. You have just always been that person, that I could just go to and talk to and count on. Anytime we needed a volunteer, Judy was always there for our science nights, and she was the first one there to volunteer and to just congratulate those children when they were very anxious and they were finally done, just with her hugs and her kindness. So thank you for everything that you've done for Iroquois and all of our students.
And I loved every minute of it.
So, first, everyone just look at Judy real quick and see that smile. You walk down the hall, you see that smile, your whole day is better. I don't care what's going on, and I would always see that with you. And the other thing, for your position and what you do, words enough can't be enough to express the thanks and what you did for students. I know when I taught, I had a second person in the room like you are for so many people. And what you do really makes the difference every single day. And having someone as great as you change things in that room, in that class, in that hall, for that grade level. So thank you for being the person that changed things for the better for everyone. We can't thank you enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite up Sue Leo.
Right in the hot seat.
So Sue has dedicated 26 years of her career to Iroquois and elementary education. She is known for her commitment and dedication to teaching. She works tirelessly to ensure every student has the opportunity to learn as well as to grow. When fifth grade first became part of the middle school, we began having conversations with many of the fifth grade teachers. And I was so impressed that I would walk in to Sue's room. Everything is perfect. Everything from her desk, for how she had the room set up, everything was perfect for the students. And that meant a lot, and that meant everything to them, because those students who, when they walked in the door, they knew exactly what was the expectation was. They knew exactly where everything was, and it was perfect, and it was set up, and it was really just for them out of the kindness of her heart. Her experience truly showed, and I was quickly able to see the impact that she had on her students as I began popping into her classroom. One thing that I vividly remember is when we had to suddenly move to remote instruction during COVID. I didn't want to say the word, but it's important. Sue had many, many questions. She wanted it to, again, be perfect for her students. And that is exactly what she did. And I have to say, she knocked it out of the park. She was planning technology, making sure that those students were up and ready. And, it didn't always just start with a lesson. It started with a, how are you? And that's a big thing about Sue is, she shows how much she cares, and those students can feel it. She's a collaborator. Her and her partner, teacher, Mrs. Kaczmarski, they were a powerful team, and they provided stability within the grade level. They were two that made the transition successful, and I can't thank you enough for that. When Sue and I would talk in the hallway at times, whenever we spoke about her family, her eyes would just light up. And I know you will enjoy much more time with them now. What I admire most about Sue is her passion for teaching and her ability to bring that out in every one of her students. From her planning the engaging lessons to the delivery of instruction.
So that's a good example of, I probably spend the most time in the II because my office is there, so probably I walk by your room more than any other room in the district. And there are certain teachers you walk in, you can really good at disrupting their rooms and getting the kids going. But I know when I see her going back I always get a smile, a wave, hello, because she is focused on the students every day, making sure they're getting what they need, focused on her lessons, going back and forth and making sure everything's ready. And the different times I did make it room and saw the lessons, I want to thank you for doing that for the students and really working and just doing that a little extra thing you thought would make it extra and special for them. Kids they're a blessing to have, but boy, it sure takes a lot of work to keep them going the same direction, and then you put that work in. So thank you so much from the district and me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, who's the next one?
Last but certainly not least, Linda Whalen, would you please come up? Linda has spent 38 years at Iroquois. Yes, that deserves a round. In 8 months, 38 years in 8 months.
And 4 hours and 32 minutes, because we know we can't be wrong.
Yeah. So she'll correct me again. So I was saying about 10 years ago when you came, about 10 years ago, we had a 6th grade ELA position open up in our building. And it was a very important position at the time when we're looking at standards and we're looking at our test scores and everything. And I was told by Mr. Schofield that this person from the primaries, Linda Whalen, wanted to come to the middle school. And I said, well, I've heard the name, but who is Linda Whalen? And when I was working at the athletic office, I was the athletic director at the time. I had the pleasure to meet her father, who helped out and did a lot of volunteering, and her mother. And I said to myself, well, if she's half as nice as them, it's a win, and we're going to be in great shape. So Linda joined us at the middle school, and I have to say that the middle school definitely lucked out. Having her join us, her experience, she quickly became a positive impact on the middle school. She did cause me some problems at times because, all of the students she had previously taught wanted to have her again. And then all of the students that she had previously taught many years, and the parents now, wanted their children to have her as a teacher. But it was a great problem to have. Linda quickly became a team leader, for the 6th grade team, and that involves a lot. And she was a great instructional leader as well. her passion for curriculum. She loves the curriculum, making learning fun. And, many times, Linda came in my office and there was a book on there. And I said, well, this is a book, because I know we had ordered it, and she came in and we were talking about poetry unit. And, poetry unit is not maybe at times the easiest, and I said, oh, you're going to do it this book. And she says, yeah, read it. And I said, okay, we're going to read it. And it was a wonderful book, and we had some great discussions. Linda's impact goes far beyond teaching and academics. It's meeting all of the needs of the different students. In the morning, as team leader, many of your responsibilities are going around and from phone calls and emails from parents and trying to help different students who may be coming in, and they may have some needs in the morning. And when I go down in that hallway in the morning, during just about a 10-minute home base period, I think she has more steps throughout that 10 minutes than I have in the whole day. So she is just constantly, from one classroom, supporting her team, the teachers on her team, as well as supporting the students. That's always her top priority. We always joke about her signing a 10-year contract, and I would always say, another 10 years, Linda, it's not out of the question. And then I was thinking, well, maybe I'm going to, get one more year. But as soon as that first grandbaby came, she didn't want to talk about it anymore, and I don't blame her. You have done a tremendous job with things in the middle school. I appreciate all of our conversations. I wish you the very best in your retirement, and you've just made such an impact on the middle school, and I appreciate everything. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your retirement.
Thank you.
Oh, boy. Keep it not edgy. All right, so what words can describe Linda? Can't say that. I'll find one. Welcoming. I would say probably the biggest thing she has for her is welcoming. Every student is welcomed into her room, into her heart, and how she got that big heart and this little sized body, I have no idea. When different students, tragedies happened in the district, she was there to support teachers, administrators, families, and all like that, and everything. And I used to go in your room, and we'd have our private conversations about different things, and I'm going to miss those. I'm going to miss those because I can go in there, and I can talk frank, and afterwards we don't remember what the other person said, which is the best. I don't know if it's because we're old or because we're smart, but it was one of the two. And I want to thank you for that and what you did for the students, because, like you said, everyone, loved having you as a teacher and wanted to fail so they could have you again, and that's just a great thing to be. So thank you so much. And as you know, she takes control quite quickly. Come on, she wants you in the picture.
I have their children.
Well, so why do you want that?
Because they're the reason I'm looking.
They're the reason. Okay.
Yeah, and they have really great kids.
I was a kid.
A long time ago, Dad.
Long time. All right. Get in the back. You can do this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for all you did. John. You gotta find money in that budget for air conditioning, I tell you.
I hear you. Feeling it. Sue Coulter, please come on down. Sue Coulter began her career in the high school main office. After a few years of doing that, she decided that she wanted to move to the HR office of Mr. Dave Sellon, and she wanted to do that willingly. We didn't have to force you or anything. You really wanted to work with Dave Sellon, so I was amazed.
I was too.
So, but after a couple years doing that, she realized the business office is the place to be. And she took on an area that was really, maybe people don't know, it was kind of behind the scenes, but a little chaotic, the payroll area, to say the least. We had a lot of change, a lot of turnover, and she knew that going in that it was going to be kind of chaotic, and she took that on and really helped us out a lot. The unique thing about all these different jobs she did is they all have the potential for emergencies and different things that happen fires to put out, and she really brings a calm sense, and you want someone who's going to help put out the fire, not throw gasoline on the fire, and that's what Sue does. She really is a calming person. Also, I always say that payroll is a really thankless job, and people don't call up on Friday and say, great, Sue, thanks for doing payroll perfectly, I got my check. They only call when they think there's a problem, because there's no problems, right? So it's kind of a thankless job in that way. And the other thing about payroll really is that it happens every 2 weeks, and it has to happen every 2 weeks. Doesn't matter if there's snow days or just holidays. She has that responsibility to do that, and she does that well. And often that takes coming in, staying late in the evening, coming in on weekends, doing work from home, taking home the computer with you sometimes and doing that. And a lot of people don't realize the dedication it takes, and us, being a business office, really appreciate that you do that. But thank you very much for your dedication and service. I know you have a lot of plans to be with your family and do some traveling and things like that. I hope you have plenty of time to do that. And we wish you a long and happy retirement. Thank you, Sue.
All right, Sue, I'm going to see Jim. Sue, I don't know what to say, because today when you were talking to me about coming into the central office and being nervous about it and what is it going to be like, and then you came in and said it was a nice place to be, that was great to hear, because it's crazy. I don't think anyone understands it as much as once you get in there. And we have hard deadlines, and they have to be met, and things have to be right. And I don't know how many questions you asked me the first year, how many things you challenged in the contract. I think you should have been the union president, personally, because you're always looking out for the staff members. You're always looking, what would be the best thing? How can we do this better? How can it be more efficient? And you strive for that every day, and you pushed and you challenged it. And then you moved over into payroll, and I could actually see the difference in the reports you gave me, because of the one run report. I could see how it shrunk, how it got better. And seeing things get better by the person taking on their own initiative and seeking to do that just makes everything better within the district. And doing that every day, I can't tell you how appreciative I am, so thank you so much. I'm sure John appreciated it, and I know everyone that's retired appreciated for all the years they were here, and you send them that money all the time. So thank you so much for us. I appreciate it. Oh, always. Oh, picture. All right. Dave Carlin again. Did you write a speech for yourself? I didn't write one. So that's probably about right for Dave. He is probably the most humble guy I know, and also probably one of the most brilliant gentlemen I know too. When I came here, I was in the business office, and his office was right next to mine, and I loved it. Boom, boom, boom. Dave? What, Doug? And then we'd work on something, figure something out, and he helped guide me at my beginning here at Iroquois, of knowing who the different people were, what to do, how to address things, just how to grow as a professional and be better. And that was from you, not even knowing that you were tutoring me. I did love our little cans on a rope we used every once in a while to talk to each other. And then I became a superintendent, and your department, I didn't have to worry about. Every day when I came in and I talked to you, I'd give you an idea, you would make the idea better, and we'd build off of each other. You were that right hand that I didn't even know what it was doing, but it always took care of it. I don't know how to express the gratitude I have for how you made my job, made the district a better place every single day. You're forward thinking, so we didn't do something and then have to change it, because that's just ridiculous. And you helped. And when you look around the district and you see the changes from the projects or just the maintenance that's taken place and figuring that out and maintaining and taking care of everything, your guidance was invaluable. I just appreciate you so much, and I'm going to miss you. So thank you for all you've done, and you can come back anytime you want. I am. might as well stay up here. Oh. What do we say about Nora? Well, I knew I won her favor because one day she looked at me and goes, Chuck, cut it out. So I knew I was in the right spot. But I can't function without Nora. You know, every day we start the morning with, he's nodding, yeah, I can't function, period, without her. But every day we start the morning with a conversation. I think it's 5 minutes. She tells me it's 40. She's probably right. And it's about what's happening that day, what's going on in the district, what needs to be remembered, keeping things in order. And everything I accomplish, everything I do is because you're pointing me in the right direction. And what you deal with on a daily basis there is just amazing. And I know I try to sit in your seat when you go on vacation or something. And it's not even close to what you do. What you do for the board, keeping them all going, the notes, the information you have, the knowledge that you possess. So I'm so glad I have your phone number because we're going to be calling and asking you that. And Iroquois would not be Iroquois without you. You've been here for quite a while. I think you started, I was in the PTO or PTO, you came up through an aide, you worked in the guidance office, then you came and you worked as a register, and you took care of Mary Jo a little bit at one point, wherever there she is down there. What was that?
So you stole her.
I didn't steal her, she came willingly.
Right.
So thank you for allowing me to steal you, come over and be my partner in doing the best we can to make Iroquois the best place possible on earth. So thank you.
Thank you. There's so many people who probably don't realize everything Nora does. I've talked to Nora Monday through Friday. I've talked to her at 6 in the morning. I've talked to her at 10 o'clock at night. I've talked to her on the weekend. So to keep this ship sailing as smooth as it does, the amount of time that Nora gives is amazing. And from all of us on the board, thank you. We do truly appreciate it. She keeps us organized and straight. And now she'll have more time to organize you, Chuck. Which is sorely needed. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim.
All right.
Jane, you have to come down here now. Jane has given countless years of service to Iroquois, and the love she has for the district, for its teachers, its students, the community members, it's hard to explain. When I think of Jane, what comes to me the most is her caring and how much she strongly fights and advocates for every part of this district. She has been a friend, a guide, and a mentor to me. Same thing I've talked to Jane at all different times of the day, sometimes 5:30 in the morning on the way to work. And she's always there, and everything she does, she always puts caring and tons of thought into it. You know, I kind of view her as a kind of a conscience of the board. She's always giving good advice, and she's, no matter when. So I just want to say thank you, and you know, she's going to become a friend. So thank you very much.
So Jane, let's see, I don't know, a few years ago, we're looking for someone to run for the board, and no one's running, all of a sudden this crazy lady puts on Facebook, I'll run. It was Jane. And so you have a person come in, you always wonder what the individual's like. And usually you know the person because they're running, you have a few talks, and you've talked to them around the district. But Jane came on the board, and she embraced it, and she grew, she learned, and she became the heartbeat of it. I remember her telling me sometimes, you know, I just like to come up with the ideas, and you have to make it work, Doug. And she did that. She challenged. If she saw something, she'd bring it up on the board meeting. Simple things like, here's an obsolete item, but did you make sure no one in the district wanted it or could repurpose it? And she put that idea out there, and she was always not just doing what the normal thing is, but questioning it. How can we improve? How can we make things better? You served time as vice president, president, some tough times, things we have to get through. What's that?
It's not like a sentence, you're not serving time.
She's not serving time. No, and I guess that's it, because some people look at doing things as serving time, whether in the public sector. You made it a fun, great place to be, even with the challenges and the obstacles. And we're better off for having you and what you did and the leadership you gave. And I'm glad you're with ECSB now, ECASB, because that you're going to pass that along to new individuals and to people that are going to be board members of Iroquois. And every district in Western New York is going to be better because of that. So thank you so much, and thank you all you did for everyone.
Now we're going to move on to board discussion and news we're sharing. I just kind of want to remind everyone that July 1st at 8 a.m. is our organization meeting. Our new board member will be sworn in, and this is also the meeting that we will elect new leadership and do committee assignments. I want to remind everyone, because sometimes that catches people by surprise on that day. So it's, you guys have any questions about that or want to ask anything? Or now would be the time before we get there?
Or if you don't and you want to remember who's on what committee, Nora or Dawn will be our new district clerk starting July 1st. Can get that out to everyone. Usually in the agenda, we do have in parentheses the person who is the incumbent from before, just so you can see that as part of the agenda. So if you want to look at the agenda, then call in with questions, we'll be able to answer them.
I can't cover for you guys anymore.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Jane, I believe you want to say a few
Yes,
words?
First an ECASB thing, we had the new board member training last Tuesday and Saturday. And on Saturday, the student board member from Orchard Park was one of our speakers, and he talked a lot about creating a culture for the new student ex officio, and it was really fabulous. So I would encourage you to talk with the two board members who were in attendance at that, and I did send Doug some clips from the presentation. But the big thing was that he talked about creating a culture, and that culture is created by the board, and that pretty soon the Iroquois board is not going to be a board of 7 people anymore. It's going to be a board of 8. And that was something that when he said that, I was really like, wow, I hadn't thought of it that way. So I'm really excited that you're going to be swearing in your student. Is that also at the reorg meeting, right? Yes. And the ECASB.
So I got a little issue going on right now with the school.
That's
Check it
okay.
out.
ECASB
I hate
also
people being on the phones or
does
meetings,
have
but
a mini version of training for the student that happens in July, so I'm hoping that our Iroquois board member will be able to attend that. So, there's that. And then to mark your calendars for July 17th, that is Board and Brews. So I'm hoping that I'll get to see you guys all come out to Board and Brews. I also wanted to just say a couple of words as I make my way out here. I'm filled with gratitude as I reflect on my time with the Iroquois Central School District, a community that has shaped my life in profound ways. It's been 39 years since I graduated in the high school gym, and for the past 10 years I've had the privilege of serving on the board with all of you, giving back to the district that gave me so much. Serving Iroquois has never felt like an obligation. It's been an honor. I've seen the dedication of our educators, the resilience of our students, and the strengths of our families and community members. I hope my time on the board helped preserve the traditions that define us while also building a strong bridge to our future. Together with fellow board members, administrators, staff, and the community, we faced challenges, celebrated milestones, and remained committed to giving every student the best possible education. To my colleagues, past and present, thank you for your collaboration, your shared devotion to this district. Even when we didn't agree on our common goal always brought us together. I especially want to thank Chuck Speck and Dave Lowry for believing in my leadership when I needed it the most. With their mentorship, this role became a journey of growth, not just service. Once again, Iroquois has helped shape me, this time as an adult. To our teachers, staff, and administrators, your work matters deeply. As Katie Kirk once wrote, you know you've succeeded when everyone's mad at you. By that measure, I've had at least a few successful weeks, but truly it's been an honor to support all of you. To our students, you are the heart of it all. You inspire everything we do. Take what you've learned here, explore the world, and bring your experiences back to enrich this community. I did it after 15 years being away, and I've never regretted it. To the community, thank you for trusting me. I encourage you to stay engaged. Your support makes all things possible. Come cheer on our students, not just at homecoming or the musical, but every game, concert, and event. You are always welcome here. Though my time on the board is ending, my advocacy continues. In my role as the Program Services Manager for the Erie Association of School Boards. I'll keep supporting public education across Western New York, but Iroquois will always be my home. My mother graduated in 1963, I in 1986, and my children in 2015 and 2019. Someday I hope to watch my own grandchildren take the stage or the field here too, but I'm not going to wait for that. I'll keep showing up for all of our students, even if I don't know you. I leave knowing Iroquois is in good hands. Thank you for the privilege of being a part of its story. It's one of my greatest honors.
I also just wanted to remind the board, depending on what time we finish up here, that the senior sunset is going on across the street. If they want to walk over there afterwards and say hi. Yep. Okay, now we're going to move on to item 8, superintendent report.
Okay, for the superintendent report, one thing I want to add in here, we did have a repair reserve hearing at 6:45. Got done a little early, and some people out there in the community heard me say, I'm going to go let the noisy people in at the end of it. Yes, you did hear correctly. There were a whole bunch, and it wasn't a bad thing. It was a whole bunch of people. I can understand how that could be misconstrued. The people for the retirement were outside in the foyer, and they were talking. So I was letting in the people that were talking in the hall. Didn't really need to let you know I was letting the people in, but you were supposed to hear the repair reserve hearing for those who are questioning what we were talking about, just so you have the correct information. So thank you for giving me that time. Capital project, I think you were going to mention that to remind the board where we are with that, John, and how we're moving forward.
With the budget vote complete, and we thank the community for support of our budget, now we can kind of switch gears and look at the capital project we began talking about in October. I think we reviewed the building condition survey. We went into kind of a lot of depth on the different priorities of that building condition survey, which looks at all the different buildings that we have. It's required every 5 years to do a building condition survey, and we use that as a basis for our capital projects, what we're going to address in future capital projects. At that time, we also developed an initial plan to do a $23 million project, which would address primarily roofing and heating systems. And we called it Keeping Students and Staff Warm and Dry, we said at the time. We still want to start moving in that direction to get that stuff done. It's very important to keep our facilities in good shape, and especially when you're talking about roofs, you don't want to keep putting those things off. What we're looking at now, because we know there's a general election on November 4th, we want to kind of find what we think we will do for the public vote for that capital project. So we want to, probably have some distance from that November 4th date, whether that's before or after. We're going to kind of think about and try and pick one date. When we have that established, that'll kind of back our timeline up, and then there's different things we have to do with environmental reviews of the project, different things that have to happen before a vote even happens. And just making sure we put out all the communication that we need to put out thoroughly, having all the information on our website so people can see what we're doing, and doing presentations and just getting the word out. So that's what we're working on now. We're looking to find that magic vote date that I think will work and not confuse people. So that's where we are right now. Any questions on that?
Thank you, John.
All right, thanks.
Open community communication. There was nothing during the last board meeting to speak about, but I did receive an email I just want to make sure the public is aware of. One individual did write in to the board and myself about a bulletin board in the middle school. Met with it, with the principal. There were modifications made to it, and the middle school principal reached out to an individual. I did after the middle school principal did. The individual expressed their happiness with, sorry about that, with our conversations, and they will be developing new practices for bulletin boards next year in the middle school for this. Just making sure everything's reviewed so it's meeting the standards of the district. So thank you for reaching out and bringing that to our attention. Recognitions.
Doug, would that just be applicable to the middle school, or would that be for all buildings?
I'm going to have it for all buildings. We're going to start with the middle school to see what they are, but in talking to the individual, we were talking middle school, and then I'm like, well, we probably should do that for the high school. And you know what? I would be good, because as things change in society, we want to make sure we're having continuity. debating on whether the UPK through third, but let's see where the first main campus go first.
Okay, thank you.
Good question, though. I should have said that. Recognition, senior class, to the senior class, because I know they're all watching since they're over there at the senior sunset. Thank you for your 13 great years here at Iroquois. Congratulations on graduating. One thing I do want to bring out also recognitions is Carrie Vetter and the varsity club. They brought back the sports banquet. It was scheduled, unfortunately, the same night as something going on with music, but next year we're going to do it better. But it hadn't been here. It's quite a little bit of work to recognize, put it all together. So thank you to that group for putting that together. Graduation news. Graduation will be on the 27th. The only thing I have to say about that is it's a great time. I love it. We usually get done right around sunset, so it's beautiful walking out. The venue that we go to, it will be our last time at that venue because the group that has it has changed their parameters of who can rent it out and use it. So Dr. Genestri has already put out searching. We're looking for everyone in the community, anyone that thinks they have a good venue, no matter what. Please email the high school administration to let them know. So as we look at this and we find another great place, the size of it, having it air conditioned, and I know a lot of people are going to say, "Well, let's have it outside, let's have it outside." But as much as how great that is on the good nights, how bad it is on the bad nights makes it really tough. And then you have to have rain days and you have people coming in from out of town. I would love to say I would, would support being outside. I'm not saying people can't convince me, but I think if we could find another venue inside that has the air conditioning out of the elements in Western New York, that would be a great thing. So please, public, let us know if you have something.
And just to echo that, because it happened to my niece, that they had a graduation, as graduation scheduled outside, and then it did rain, they had to move it, and what no one's thought at the time was all the graduation parties that had to be moved, and relatives would come in. It sounds really cool, but for the people who had to do it that time, it turned into a really large inconvenience for them.
Okay, he was just giving me ideas for a place to be.
I was going to say, for people who might have an idea, what kind of seating capacity are you hoping for?
Let's see, I would say there's 150 graduating individuals. Everyone would like to bring 5-6 people, so you're looking upwards of 1,000.
Okay.
But we're willing to any suggestions. So if you say, oh, it's 900, I don't want you, send it in. We'd rather have a bad idea than no idea. So don't, but think of, we have 150 people, and you're going to have the parents come, maybe sibling or two, grandparents, you kind of put that together. So the larger is better, but something would be great. Alumni
Doug,
wall.
for those that are attending the graduation, are we getting the graduation gowns the day of? Because I think Nora normally gives them to us ahead of time.
I will have to write a note to follow up with Nora because I don't know.
Okay. Like to air them out a little bit.
or even try it on to see if its zippers work and everything else. Okay, anything else for that for graduation? Okay, Alumni Wall of Fame inductees. The board always likes to hear who they are. This will be done at graduation. We have Rick Weber. Know him personally, great individual. Otto Orff, I don't know him, but he was, he was here. He was a soccer player here at the time. And Don Trepaz, that's in posthumously senior, for all he did for the district. So I see a lot of neds and affirmative of how great these individuals are. So looking forward to that. That is all I have for tonight.
We would like to move on to recognition of guests for agenda items, and we do have one for Dan.
Yes.
Just real quick, just wanted to remind you that if you want to speak on the cell phone policy,
Yes.
there's 3 minutes and just personal names used.
I rushed here from boxing, and I regret it. It's now 8:30, and at least my uppercuts are getting better. But I do want to talk about the policy. I read it quickly. Unfortunately, I left my notes at home, so I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible, but I have a real concern about it. I get it. I understand what we're facing today with cell phones and bullying and, you know, back in the day, I'm 51, when I was at school, it was meet me in the bathroom at 3, one of us walks out with a black eye, but it's not showcased on every social media site. Today it is, and trust me, I see these things and it crushes my heart. But I'll be damned if I'm going to have government or a school board dictate when my child can have a lifeline to me in an emergency, and that's what I'm concerned about. This policy was not well drafted. It had some contradictions in there that bothered me, and ultimately it had language in there that also bothered me, and it's typical lawyer language of may versus shall. May gives authority to someone else to make these decisions, potentially not on an equal, fair basis. And that happens at every school. There's favoritism at every school. You know, I don't know why. But the special athlete that goes bullies a kid is probably not going to get punished like my kid. That's just the nature of things, and I don't like it. But ultimately, there were elements in that policy draft that I did like. And it was the bins. Because allowing students to bring them to school, but keep them in their locker or wherever else where they don't have quick, easy access to is a real big problem for me. And all I'm thinking about at this moment is the worst tragedies. And that's the world we live in today. It sucks. That's the world we live in. And this thought in my head that my children, could not quickly have access to that cell phone to call me, I don't like it. So, but I saw in there that was the bins, and I thought to myself, well, that's not a bad idea. Can you have bins in these classrooms and allow these kids to drop it in the bin? They each have their own individual bin, so they don't have to claw through them all, and just keep them in a classroom and have them in every room, including the gyms. You know, I don't know. I knew that this was coming down the pipeline. It's just crazy that I happened to look at the agenda and it was on the agenda. I feel like that's a sign. I feel like that's a sign, and I really need you to rethink this. You may wonder why I'm thinking about these terrible tragedies, and I'll throw it back at you. Why aren't you guys thinking about these things? Because you can't predict, you can't control, you know, but I want that lifeline. And it's not just the worst of the worst. I want that lifeline with my kids. So think about the bins and, you know, take out the mays, try to use shall, because then, you know, and enforce your policies that you already have. The bullying, enforce those policies evenly. Don't let anyone get away with it. Do it with a strong arm. Make it a detriment so kids kind of think, well, I don't want to do, you know, have this happen to me, versus taking away the lifelines. Everything else I'm fine with. Cheating, you know, I'm all good with that. You know, you got to control that. I'm all good with, like, in the hallways, they don't need them, whatever. Well, that's where the fights happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will reach out to you, just so you know, to follow up. That way you have your notes and I can get everything you meant to say. Yep.
How would you do that?
I have your name.
Oh, okay.
Dan T.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan T. Yeah, if you could,
What do you need? I don't like-
could you pass this down to John so you can just put your number on there? That would be great.
We will be moving on to discussion of agenda items 12.01 through 24.1. First, I would like to congratulate all the new tenured administrators and teachers, and once again, congratulate all the retirees. Just really quick, like 3 points on discussion. I do appreciate the cell phone conversation, and I just want to remind everyone it was a law that New York State passed that's causing us to deal with this. But we will always, you know, look at policies and consider them. So I think it's a good point. Next, I just want to note that item 25, Heather Jacobs will be abstaining from, and item 26, Heather Becker will be abstaining from.
Because they have family members involved.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay, so right now, before we move on to the consensus agenda, does anyone have any discussion for the agenda items?
I do. We have our first reading of the cell phone policy, and my concern is in the section where it talks about discipline for accessing internet-enabled devices during the school day. I know that this was part of the law, the way it was written, but it seems like, why have a policy if you can't do something about it? Is there going to be any kind of addition to what possible discipline action would be taken on a student who accesses the device?
That would be part of procedures. Unfortunately, we are going to have to follow the state requirement on it. So that'll be a fine line that I'm sure we're going to get legal advice on of what we can and can't do. I'm very thankful the students of Iroquois are great, so hopefully another district will have the issue first and test the waters, and then we'll probably be something that we're modifying throughout the year based on what's happening from litigation, courts, advice, legal advice, or even what the state might come out and change. Kind of hard to not have consequences for actions.
And then also, one of our neighboring districts has done it without using pouches, and they've had a lot of success. And another district, not neighboring, but not too far away, uses pouches. They have keys that open the pouches in every room. And when I was talking with one of our local legislators, they said that they were going to try to make sure that there was money involved in the legislation to make sure that if we decided to go with something like pouches, that it wouldn't be an unfunded mandate, but rather they would be giving every school district some money towards purchasing those kind of devices. Have you heard anything about that?
Ironically, I did sit there at my desk and read something today from NISCUS, that's the Council of School Superintendents, came out for their legislative update, and they talked about how there is money that's talked about, 13 million, I want to say, don't quote me on the M or the B or the T, but with that, the issue of the article was how there's no mechanism for accessing those funds yet that have been put out there. So supposedly it's in there. How to get to it, I don't know. I do know that in the high school or in the middle school right now, they don't let students walk around with cell phones. And there are some students that break it, but they do use in the locker, in the bag in the locker, and it seems to work well for a majority of the people. So if they're already doing that in middle school, I think the current thought is why wouldn't we continue that to the high school? But partway through the year, as this evolves, there might be a change. I know that there are neighboring schools that have implemented it using that very successfully with the same type of population. So we'll see. I've never been down this path, so we're going to come up with a good plan and modify it because there will be problems. The big ones, I hope not, probably little ones and tweaks.
But I mean, I share the same concern about being able to be in touch with my children in the event of an emergency. I think that pouches may be a suitable route. I think that if we trust the students to put them in the locker, and the guy's right with the policy that it's saying that in one regard they can't have them in their locker, but then the next one.
That's a suitable place to put them, yeah.
So, but if they're in their lockers, then people are probably going to be taking a lot of bathroom breaks, getting them out, going into the bathrooms, which is probably going to be problematic. But also, like, the fact that it says internet-enabled devices, right? So, I don't know about anybody, I have a smartwatch that
Not
has
allowed.
no access to the internet. So how are we going to, like, distinguish?
That's-
Why so much focus on internet-enabled devices? Like, how are we going to check if a watch is a device that actually can see a browser and be on Facebook?
And that might be where there's some education to administrators, SROs, teachers of how to check something. The student says, well, this is not enabled, how they can show them it's not enabled. We're exploring that because I honestly sit on the side where I prefer people to have the access. So I'm implementing this because we have to, just so the public knows where I stand on it. The internet, the reason it's there, I don't think it's because of Iroquois. There are districts that do it in New York State that have trouble with kids, internet, what they're searching, what they're doing, what they're posting during the school day. Knock on wood, we have very limited problems with that with Iroquois, which is why I advocated for school by school decision, but we're not there. And the way that it was written by the state is anything that's internet, that means they can't even bring their own personal computer to school because they can't reach out. Students ask me, well, can we bring things to music? And my answer to them was yes, as long as you can't get on the internet. So like an MP3 player, as long as it's not internet enabled, they could get out and do that. I feel bad that we have to implement this, but I don't even know if I'm answering your question, to be honest, because it's very frustrating that the way this is put into place, rather than taking care of the individuals that are causing the trouble in school, everyone's looped in. So I'm going to keep advocating for the state to change it, but as of right now, it won't be any internet. I'm going to look at that where you see with the locker, because it's working in the middle school, I would think that's where students are taught and see how it moves up to the high school. The pouch idea, depending on the state putting money in, I really don't like that because I found in emergencies, people lose their fine motor skills. Where are the keys? What happened to the keys? Is it the right key? So it's better than having nothing, but what is going to work? And then also remember, depending on the type of emergency, we're not supposed to be using the cell phones. If they pull the alarm and, we're in a lockdown, no one should be on their cell phones in school, period. Whether it was this policy was in place or not, because we're trying to make everything quiet and know and let the emergency personnel take care of it. But if someone's having a trouble because of something that's going on with them, having to be able to reach out, I think that was a good use of it for that type of emergency.
And just to, kind of remind everyone, I think the good news is that this board and this administration, when we had the option to do this voluntarily, we said no. So I think we're all in agreement that this is not something we're in love with or we want. So I think it's just a matter of, fine-tuning the policy to make it where it's going to, meet the law and then provide the most, flexibility as possible. I think that's where we all are. So I don't think there's a lot of disagreement. It's just that we, unfortunately, New York did what New York does.
I'd like to say that the legislative team at ECASB did vote to oppose this bill. Most of the school districts agreed that they would like to see this be a local control issue, and school districts that wanted to implement it could, and those that didn't, like ours, didn't have to. But unfortunately, most of the legislators in New York State, across the state, including here in Western New York, disagreed with us because they see the cell phones as the answer to the social media problem. Unfortunately, they're not addressing the real issue by banning cell phones in schools. That's what I'm thinking. But,
yeah, the social media issue happens, I'll say 10 o'clock at night. That's, when we have troubles here at school, it's something that happened the night before, and they come in the next day and come and report it to us, and then we work on it.
So again, most school districts and represented at ECASB voted against this bill. But unfortunately, our voices weren't loud enough, fast enough for it to have an effect in Albany. It's all about advocacy. You've got to jump on these things and advocate for what you want.
But I do know, the gentleman that was there spoke about, well, would there be favoritism towards a star player or star individual? And the answer is no. There are certain exceptions. Medical is one of them. I'll use that as an example. That can be in there. There's other ones too. But here's an interesting nuance to it too. Because I use medical intentionally, there's also laws about people being able to identify people that have medical issues. Well, if the only people that can have a phone is for medical, right away they're identifying them. So there's a breach of some rights. And I know superintendents have already sent letters to the governor saying, well, what about these rights? How are these people being, these people would be identified. So we have not given up, and we're going to keep working on it. but I will treat everyone equitably based on, what the law requires.
Are we, I know some neighboring districts are soliciting feedback from the parents about what their concerns would be about the cell phone policy. Is that something that maybe are we planning
Yeah,
to
we
do something?
did
with
it. I would have to go back to see who we got the information from. I know we worked with PTOs. I know we did it with the Code of Conduct Committee. Parents were on that. So we did seek input from the different committees that parents are on to hear what parents have to say. And Dr. Genestri and I have already talked, and he's going to discuss with them additionally in September when they first come back to hear what they have to say as we implement it, to keep getting constant feedback on it.
So what was their feedback?
Almost everyone I talked to, I can't think of anyone, but there might have been one person, so I don't want to exclude them, don't like it. They think students can handle it. They think students should be taught how to use the cell phone in school. So we're trying to find a way to work through the state legislation of where we have to follow it.
There's not really a lot of disagreement on this, like I said, on the board, the administration, or this district.
Yeah.
It's just something that's being forced by New York State.
Yeah, but I mean, September 1st is around the corner. I mean, we really have to act. You could discuss.
Yeah, the big thing is going to be, really, the policy is what backs up the procedures they're going to have. And it's going to be mainly in the high school, because elementary, II, middle school really already don't allow cell phones. The high school will be, right now they're set to parallel what's in the middle school. That's how they drafted and are trying to go through the procedures, and the policy is just why they are doing it and why we are having the policies, because of the state law. So when you look at the language in there, that's where it came from. It came from the lawyers on the Erie One policy group. This is what they recommend of how to word it.
But the wording is confusing. I mean, one regard is saying it's okay to put it in their locker. Next, it's not. Like,
It's what we got from the state of what we're working
So what-
on. That's why I fully imagine we're going to have updates on it throughout the year.
we have to
I feel like I'm trying to defend the state, and I can't, because I don't know why the state wrote it that way.
But we have to dig through this policy before September 1st and agree.
We actually have it actually by the state, we have to have it in place by August 1st.
Okay,
And it really, we have to write a policy and have it, and the policy has to follow the state law. This is what the state law has in it. I can go back to, I wrote down the notes about the locker. If you have any other pieces in it, I'm going to go back to policy committee at Erie One and ask them those questions, of what should be changed or not changed, because it's a legal perspective, really.
But I mean, the school, the law is allowing us to implement it, to abide by the rules, but implement it how we see fit. We can take advice from,
Right.
ECSB, the policy writer, but how we want to implement it, I just think it requires discussion.
Yeah, and how the policies implement this procedure, so that would be done by the administrators, how they want to make it work within their school.
So, I mean, I think the best thing we can do for right now is, we have the concerns, that gentleman's brought up and you brought up.
Yep, the locker
You
fees.
can probably come back to the next meeting
Yep.
with either clarification or answers, or.
So if there's any other piece other than the locker, let me know, so I can make sure I hit those.
And the shell and the main, he's the one that.
Oh, the shell and the main. I think I have that, but I'll write it again.
Doug, though, the policies in the other school besides the high school, are they congruent with the state policy?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, so it's really just the high school.
Really
that-
just the high school,
Just wanted to
moving
clarify
forward
that.
with what the middle school's been doing.
But the middle school the kids have phones coming into school.
Yeah, high school can have phones
Right,
coming
yeah.
into school.
But the policy says bell to bell, right? They can't even have.
No, they can walk in with them. They can use them on the bus. They can use them on the bus when they come in. Before the first bell, they would have to put them in whatever device locker that the high school feels appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, and right after school, because that was like a question I had, if I'm going out to sports, if I'm going on a sports trip, because it talks about being on school property, which is a bus, it ends at the end of the last period. When the bell rings at the last period, the students can turn on their phone again then, even on school property. It's from that, sorry, my mic is cutting out, from that first bell to that last bell. But other than that, when they're walking from the bus to school before that initial bell rings to say to start the homeroom, they can be using their cell phone.
And they can also have a phone that doesn't connect to the internet. I'm sure that they're really expensive on eBay right now.
That's the truth too. If you want a phone, an old dial-up flip phone, I'll word it that way.
Go back to the 90s.
You can actually have a flip phone. It's just you can't have the internet connection.
Well, the way
That
the
doesn't
policy
mean
is
cell connection.
currently reading, internet-enabled devices. So if
Internet
somebody
enabled.
has a flip phone, like what do they call those phones that you can buy at like Walmart? Burner phone? Not a burner, no.
Yeah, but a prepaid phone, but
But
those
a
are still gonna
prepaid
have internet
phone.
access.
It's a cell phone. You could get, my husband, I think, used to have one, a cell phone without internet access.
Yep, and you could
So
walk.
that'll be all right?
That is absolutely okay.
It will be okay?
It is absolutely okay, as long as it doesn't have internet connection.
All right, well, I guess we have to tell the public to go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, we'll
all
get it out there.
best,
Just can't have internet
cell phone
connection.
Companies.
Okay.
So now, and that gets the whole thing, the kid turn the internet on, turn the internet off. It will be an interesting time. There's no way around saying it that way. But yeah, good, thank you for bringing it to life for everyone. And I will have to start getting the message out for that. I'll probably be doing that after graduation to the public, just what you can use, what you can't use.
Yeah, and also just like, really, I mean, I know you included it in the Monday message, but really communicate. I mean, these high school students are going to be in a state of shock and withdrawal in September if they don't start weaning down, so to speak. You know.
Yeah, and you'd be amazed though, because in the school, I have been talking to numerous students about it, and they picked out one teacher, and during class, they're not allowed to have the phone out. Like they might walk in with it, and before the bell, they'd be on it, possibly. Bell rings, time to start teaching. They all put their phone away. Teacher teaches, and they say then that when the teacher gets done teaching, if there's a minute or two left in the class, they'll say, okay, if you want to use your phone or do whatever, go ahead in the high school. So there are, and it all depends on what room, like cafeteria, I would be willing to bet in the cafeteria, a lot of people would be having their phones out all the time, study halls. But there are, what they do in the high school now is red, green, yellow. And there are certain aspects that are red where you can't use it at all. Yellow, where it's the teacher controls, sometimes you can use it, sometimes you can't. And there's areas that are green that you can use it, like going down the hall is green. You can use it in the hall. Lunchroom.
I mean, I also tried to use the internet today in the high school auditorium, and it doesn't really work that well anyways.
That
We're
ironically,
guests, so.
that ironically was a comment one of the students said. They said, well, Mr. Schofield, to be honest with you, the cell phones don't work that well in the high school anyways, so not a big deal. But I also know there's a lot of spots that it does work, so I am not saying that is our fall safe is that it will not work. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I was gonna say, before we move on, not to muddy the water further, because, Doug and I talked about this, is, think about is what guidance is provided, for the teacher, staff, administration, because they, we can't be hypocritical, they can't be in the middle of the classroom on the phone with the kids in there. So it's gonna continue to evolve like every other policy, but there are other aspects that we have not, that haven't thought of, and that this administration is gonna have to work through. So I think it's going to be an evolving thing that we're going to continue to, keep our pulse on. Okay, is it anyone else have anything else before we move on? Okay, we're gonna.
I'm just gonna welcome people.
Okay.
We got a few people coming in, joining us here at Iroquois. We got Devin Messicar joining us as a laborer. Gary Buckhold is going to be a part-time cleaner. We got 3 bus drivers coming on: Michael Miller, Kathleen Farnham, and Scott Snake. So lots of people.
Very cool. We're going to do 11.01, the consent agenda statement. The basic purpose of the consent agenda is to act upon routine matters in an expeditious manner. Items placed on the consent agenda are determined by the board president and vice president in cooperation with the superintendent, and those which are considered common operation of the district and normally require no special board discussion or debate. Board members have the ability and the responsibility of reviewing the consent agenda ahead of time. A board member may request that any item on the consent agenda be removed and inserted in an appropriate place on the regular agenda. So going to 11.02, I'm going to ask that 23.04, the Business Tech Department Chairperson, only be removed from the agenda. So,
Move to, I second.
okay. Yeah, all in favor?
Jane seconded it.
Yep. All six are in favor. So that has, so 23.04, the removal of the Business Tech Department Chairperson only has been removed from the consent agenda. Going on to the next one, is there any request to add anything to the consent agenda? Okay. Okay, I'm going to request a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12.01 through 24.1. Can I have a second?
Second.
Wait, minus item.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, minus.
Minus item 23.04, the removal of the Business Tech Department Chairman only.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to flip some pages here. Okay, we are going to move to item 25.01, and Heather Jacobs will abstain from this one for a family reason. It's to appoint Scott Slade. I'm making the motion in a second.
Second.
All in favor? That's 5 in favor, none opposed,
One abstain.
and 1 abstain.
25.
5.01. Okay, now we are going to move to 26.01, appointment of the extracurricular appointment. Heather Becker, for a family member, is abstaining from this one as well. So I am making the motion to approve this. Second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? 5 in favor, none opposed, and Heather Becker abstained. Do we have any? Do we have any guests for non-related agenda items? Okay, before we adjourn here in a moment, I do want to take one last chance to thank Nora for her years of support. We do really appreciate it. And as well, Jane Sullivan for her years of support to the board and to the school district. So thank you, both of you. You're going to be sorely missed. It doesn't work. We try to look right to left of the microphones. But you guys are awesome. Thank you. I am making the motion to adjourn.